first one is the genealogy Dayak community in Kalimantan. And the second, the tradition and ritual of Dayak people. And the third, map of Dayak people problem. Four, traditional school of Dayak. And the fifth, the rule of Dayak woman. And of course, in the last, we will have our group assignment. Okay, you can see from this slide, this is some or several books that I have written, and also some activities that I have done with my student. The first book is on in Bahasa, of course, the language. All of my book mostly on in Bahasa. Resolusi tanggung jawab sosial and strategi resolusi konflik, resolution conflict strategy and corporate social responsibility in the Kabupaten Ketapang Regency. And the second book that I have written is also about resolusi konflik and politik lokal di Kalimantan Barat. And the third one is also in Bahasa, model pembangunan perbatasan berbasis kearifan lokal. Tinjauan teoritis and practicals and practice. In the other picture, you can see very small picture. I think this is one of our activity. Me and my student conducting a borderland community school. Okay, I would like to talk about in the first on Dayak community for our introduction. Dayak was the name that the colonizers gave to the inhabitant of the interior Borneo Island, who inhabit the island of Borneo, such as Brunei, Malaysia, which consists of Sabah and Sarawak. I think two our participants are coming from Malaysia here, as well as Indonesia, which consists of West Kalimantan, East, Central, North Kalimantan, and South Kalimantan. Today, the Dayak ethnic group are divided into 6 major groups, namely Apokayan, or in another language, we can call them Kenya, Kayan, Bahau, Bahau tribe. Also, another major group is Danum Ngaju, and Iban, Murut, Kalimantan, and Punan. And Punan is the, I'm so sorry, this is probably in my vision. The Dayak Punans are the oldest Dayak tribes to inhabit. Okay, thank you. The Dayak Punan clans are the oldest Dayak tribe to inhabit the island of Borneo. And the 6 families of this major group are subdivided into 405 sub-ethnicities. It means there are also 100 languages they are practicing in their daily activities. Next, most of the Dayak tribe in the South and East Kalimantan, Kalimantan Selatan dan Kalimantan Timur, who embrace Islam, left the Dayak tribe and no longer recognize themselves as Dayak. Then in Banjar, Kalimantan Selatan, and Kutai in Kalimantan Timur, they call themselves as Banjar people and Kutai. And also in West Kalimantan, they call themselves as Malay tribe, not anymore Dayak tribes. Meanwhile, the Dayak people who rejected Islam returned to the river, entered the interior, living in the areas of Kayutangi, Amuntai, and also Margasari, Batang Amandit, Batang Labuan, Amas, and Batang Balangan. This is some part of particular in Kalimantan. Some of them continue to be pushed and stay in the jungle. Okay, after we are talking on the community of Daya, I would like to invite you more discussion briefly on some Daya tradition and ritual. Actually, there are several tradition and ritual of Daya, but in this moment, I just describe you five Daya tradition and ritual. The first one is the Nyagahat ceremony. The Nyagahat ceremony is a sort of a Dayak tribe planting and harvest ceremony. And the purpose of this ceremony or this ritual is to avoid disturbances during the planting process so that the rice will flourish. And the second ritual is Gawai Makai Taun. Gawai Makai Tahun is a New Year ceremony as a thanksgiving to their Petara, their God, for the sustenance that has been given and asking for his blessing for this coming year. And next is Batala tradition. The Dayak tribe perform a traditional ceremony for the birth of a child to give the child a very good name, blessing name from the God. And the purpose of this traditional ceremony for the children, the parent hopefully hope that their children always receive protection from their Petara on their God. And next is a Tiwah ritual ceremony. Tiwah ritual ceremony is a traditional ceremony that connect with the dead people to deliver the bones of the dead people to a small house. And this small house, they call it stumbling house for the dead people. Okay, this is the last tradition and ritual of Dayak community. I cannot go further. What happened is my...
You click the screen, Dr. Emma, click the screen and then the next.
Screen, okay.
And click next from your computer.
Okay, thank you, Pak Dr. Abu. Okay, the next tradition is Naik Dango. You can see from the picture, Naik Dango is an annual event held by the Dayak community in West Kalimantan. And the purpose of this annual event is to express the gratitude to Nek Jubata, Nenek Jubata. Jubata meaning is the creator, and for the rice harvest obtained. And this Naidango also, apart from being grateful and also to beg Jubata so that in the next coming year the crop yields can be better and also the community is spared from disasters. I think it is enough for me to talk about the tradition and the ritual of Dayak community, and also I would like to invite you talking on the traditional house of Dayak community. There are also some traditional house of Dayak community. The first is Baluk traditional house. It's very interesting. It's very beautiful house. It's very awesome house because everything is made from wood, ulin wood, very strong wood. This traditional house is used by the Dayak Bidayu people and in annual ritual Nibaeng. Ritual Nibaeng is the ritual after the rice harvest season end and to face the cultivating season of the following year's field. And you can see from the picture the shape of this Balu traditional house. And the philosophy meaning of this traditional house is this is to describe the possession of the most powerful, the most respectful Kamang Triu. Kamang Triu is the most respectful people among the Dayak Bidayu. So that this house is especially for the Kamang Triu, for the most respectful Dayak Bidayu people. And the located of this Balu traditional house is in Jagoy Babang, Bangkayang Regency. Kalimantan Barat have 14 regencies. Okay, Bangkayang is one of the regencies. Mandi Angin, the next traditional house is Mandi Angin traditional house. This Mandi Angin traditional house is located in a village of Tumbang Titi, Tumbang Titi district, Ketapang Regency. And also everything material, this traditional house made from ulin wood, very strong wood, or maybe in Indonesia in Bahasa we call it kayu besi. In Bahasa Melayu we call it kayu belian. This house has a characteristic height of about 1 meter from the ground. And you can see from this picture, this house is very beautiful house, and of course very comfortable to be stayed. And the last is another panjang, another traditional house. We call it rumah panjang. Rumah panjang or rumah panjang, rumah betang panjang. Betang and side panjang. It's very panjang, it's very long house. The size of this panjang house is 180 meters and the width is 70 meters. And also the height of this rumah panjang almost 2 meters. And for one rumah panjang, which is inhabited by around 22 head of families. Of course, very big families stay in this rumah panjang. And what their activities in their rumah panjang? Actually, the people in rumah panjang, their activities are making handicraft. That is, of course, very reflective of the Dayak tribe, namely woven, kain tenun, and woven fabric. And this rumah panjang located in Sintang district or Sintang Regency. But unfortunately, because of some problems, because of a lack of local knowledge to protect their panjang house, maybe nowadays we cannot see very much the rumah panjang house in Sintang Regency. It's very seldom to see the panjang house in Sintang Regency. Okay, I think it's very interesting. I would like also to invite you, my dear student, talking not only on traditional and ritual community of Daya in West Kalimantan. Also, I would like to invite you discussing more briefly on traditional school in West Kalimantan. Based on my research, based on my literature review, there are two traditional schools in West Kalimantan. The first traditional school is for the Dayak Kantu. Dayak Kantu is located in Kapuas Hulu Regency, near to River Uluk. And this traditional school aim to take care for their local tradition, especially the Dayak Kantu art and culture. You can see from the picture, the shape of a traditional school is similar with a rumah panjang, very long, very high, and you can see the below picture, the underlying picture. You can see children of Dayak Kantu perform their traditional dance and also a traditional song of Dayak Kantu. Completely, they perform their traditional custom. And the next traditional school is the Samabwe Indigenous School. Samabwe Indigenous School is located in the Landa Regency, especially in the Sepahat village, Menjalin district. And the purpose of this traditional school is to strengthen the attachment of the indigenous young people to their territory and also their land and also their forests. And the other purpose of this indigenous school is to transfer of knowledge of indigenous elders to young people. You can see the methodology of their teaching is mostly using ecological approach, mostly using some material from their land and their forest. And also another purpose of this indigenous school is more exploring local potential and caring for local consciousness. Okay, I have explored maybe very short and very fast on the Dayak tradition, Dayak community, Dayak traditional school, and I'm very happy in this moment also to invite you all explore briefly the role of Dayak women. Some I will explore briefly some stories of the role of Malian Dayak woman and also Dayak woman who defend their land that they call their land as Tembawang. The first is the role of Malian Dayak woman. Dayak Malian is one of tribe of Dayak. The Malian Dayak woman because of the expansion of palm oil plantation in their village, in their area, they are trying to preserving forests after the expansion of palm oil plantation. And also they are trying to address forest emission and deforestation. And also the other role of Dayak woman is they are actively move in the economic empowerment by preserving woven cloth and handicraft. In their language, they call their woven cloth and handicraft as bidai handicraft. Also another role of Dayak woman, they are very active as become the reformer of their village, traditional school and traditional agricultural drivers. I will give you more clearly at the end of my presentation from our video. Dayak women also actively defend and protect their tembawang. Tembawang is kind of traditional system in their land management. So that for defending their tembawang, this Dayak woman try and very proactive reject palm oil plantation in their area. You can see from this picture several women of Dayak who defend their tembawang and reject palm oil plantation. Okay, shortly I would like to explore the meaning of tembawang. Tembawang is a land of Dayak people use that they are still maintained using the management of land to protect the sustainability of the ecosystem. or in the modern terminology, we call it agroforestry. It means there is the similarity between the Tambawang system and the agroforestry. And what the Daya women do to defend or to protect their Tambawang. Firstly, most of the Daya women reject palm oil plantation. Why they reject the palm oil plantation? Because the main reason for they reject the palm oil plantation, mostly exposure of palm oil plantation cause to forest fires, destroy their agricultural land, and also uh, people of Daya, they are more depending on their Tambawang or their traditional land. And next is, I would like to invite you clearly, briefly, talking on Bidai craftswoman. It means this is what we call it, the multi-level empowering movement, which is done by the some group of Dayak women in Jagoy Bambang, Bangkayang Regency. Crab bidai is one of the many household industry in Jagoy village, located in Jagoy Babang district, Bangkayang Regency. The spleen is a craft originating from the Bekati Dayak tribe. Okay, previously I mentioned the Dayak Bidayu, and now I mentioned the Bekati Dayak tribe. So Bidai craftswoman is belonging to the Bekati Dayak tribe. The raw material for the manufacture is from saga rotan, kapua bark or pot. As the result of this manufacture in the form of mats, bed, furniture, wall decoration, tablecloth, prayer mat, and others. And of course, with a thick Dayak motif. And where is the market? The market is near to the Malaysia, Hong Kong, Singapore, and Thailand. And through the Jagoy Babang. Jagoy Babang is part of the borderland area near to Serikin, Sarawak. This picture you can see, this is the example, some pattern of the bidai. It's very original, handmade, that the Dayak woman handicraft productivity, and also this is become of their commodity to fulfill their daily need. This is also some example of the handicraft in Jagoy Babang. This is based on my research. This is based on my research and also my activities in the Borderland Community School. In this picture, you can see some problems which is happened among Dayak people after the exposure of palm oil plantation. You can see the forest and land fire, the agrarian conflict, and also the ecological damage. So that in this session, I would like to invite you, my lovely student, to discuss more and deeply on gender and land right. What happened to the Daya, the woman Daya land right after the exposure of palm oil plantation, that effect to the ecological damage and also agrarian conflict and crisis, and also because of the agrarian policies that are not gender sensitive. For example, for the woman worker in palm oil plantation, they don't have any paid maternity leave. And this is very very sad to say for this work to this woman worker in palm oil plantation, and also for the especially for the indigenous woman. You can see from the previous uh, picture that I have I have present previously. You can see that most of indigenous women of Daya more active. They are involving in the ritual and also in the traditional practice for their community. But uh, but 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 indigenous women in this case has no property and control right for their land. Okay, this woman don't have any land ownership right, and of course mostly their main control land management. And also some finding that I have highlight from my research is because of this woman, this indigenous woman have lack of soft skill and entrepreneurship skill to market their handicraft, such as their woven and handicraft woven to uh, to the broader market in the abroad. For the example, and also, before I go to the next slide or the next presentation, I would like to share my first video. And I hope this video can be one of the, can entertain our board discussion maybe. So I hope this is also, this first video can give you a very brief explanation more on the tradition of Dayak community in West Kalimantan. Please help me to share the first video on the music, traditional music of Dayak community in West Kalimantan. Pak Ubat atau Bu
Yeah, saya akan share video. I will share the video, but I will stop your screen sharing. Okay, Ibu?
Thank you, Ibu Uci, for helping.
Can you hear the sound?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you very much. It's very amazing, awesome instrument, right? Give the
Yeah, yeah.
applause for the sape. Yeah, we call it in Dayak community, we call it sape traditional instrument. Sape.
Okay.
S-A-P-E. Yes.
Oh,
Okay. And anybody knows the song? The kind of song? It's very famous song, of course, for the youth like you all. Okay.
Ini Despacito ya.
Yes, Disposito.
Georgia tadi nyanyi, ikut nyanyi. Did you sing along?
Nggak bisa.
Georgia.
Oh, nggak bisa.
Ini hanya dekati hati.
Oh, hanya dekat.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I hope this short performance from the sape instrument will reduce our boring discussion, our boring presentation in this session. Okay, for the next slide, I would like to invite you to talk on why some problem happen to Dayak community in the West Borneo. I try to describe in the short diagram the causes of some berries that happen to indigenous women of Daya in West Kalimantan. There are three berries actually. The first is structural berries. The second one is individual berries, and the third is cultural berries. Structural barriers, of course, because the agrarian regulation and the agricultural system that are practiced in palm oil plantation in West Borneo. You can see from the picture how the woman of Daya try to reject the palm oil plantation because palm oil plantation cause of forest damage and damage of their land or their tembawang. And the second berries is individual berries because lack of educational level. But then I will share you the second video to figure you to describe you briefly the situation of educational level and soft skill abilities among the community in West Kalimantan. And the last is because of cultural barriers. Yesterday, Dr. Fina Adriani has explained clearly the patriarchal system, one of the major causes of the cultural barriers among women in Indonesia. And it also happened in West Kalimantan for the indigenous women because of patriarchal system, which is constructed socially of woman limitation, so that the barriers is happen among indigenous women in West Borneo. Okay, this is my next slide. After the exposure of palm oil plantation, many Dayak people have learned their tembawang. Only most of women of Dayak community try to protect their tembawang. How about the men? The men of Dayak community mostly interested in a palm oil plantation. They sell their land for palm oil plantation. Why women of Dayak community try to protect the tembawang? Because the women of Dayak community have a very high consciousness that the tembawang can produce their food need, such as the vegetable, rice, some fruit, and another thing for their handicraft materials. there is still also a belief women in the domestic space as a second class, and they have some limitation. This is the spirit, the dogma of their education among their family, that women of Daya class among their family and had some limitation. And also because of some problem that I have mentioned, I have described previously, I'm asking, and I introduce to my student in my class to join our activity to assist Dayak people, especially women, the indigenous Dayak in West Kalimantan, in the borderland community school. The favorite quote that I have delivered to my student is in bahasa, jangan tunggu kaya untuk berbagi dan jangan tunggu menjadi sarjana untuk mengabdi. Don't wait to get rich to share other people, and don't wait to become a scholar to serve people. Okay, to make this explanation, this activity of a borderland community school, I would like to share our second short video. Please enjoy this short video. Please, Ibu Uci or Pak Ubat.
Ibu Uci, could
Yeah,
you please?
okay. Yes.
Yeah, the second video.
Adalah kunci untuk kita menyatukan dunia. Berlarilah tanpa lelah sampai engkau meraihnya. Laskar pelangi takkan terikat waktu. Bebaskan mimpimu di angkasa, warnai bintang di jiwa. Menarilah dan terus tertawa, walau dunia tak seindah surga. Bersyukurlah pada yang kuasa, cinta kita di dunia selamanya. Cinta kepada hidup, memberikan senyuman abadi. Walau hidup kadang tak adil, tapi cinta lengkapi kita. Laskar pelangi takkan terikat waktu. Jangan berhenti mewarnai jutaan mimpi di bumi. Menarilah dan terus tertawa, walau dunia tak seindah surga.
Thank you, Bu Uci,
Sama-sama,
for
Ibu.
assist me to share our video, a very short video. This video is describe the activity of borderland community school, sekolah komunitas perbatasan. Mostly of the volunteers of the sekolah komunitas perbatasan is my student from from any area of faculty, not only faculty of science, social, and politics. The volunteer also comes from agricultural faculty, medicine faculty, and also keguruan faculty. And until now, we have several programs to educate indigenous people in the borderland area in Kalimantan. In West Kalimantan, we have 5 borderland area, borderland regency to Malaysia. Kabupaten Bengkayang, Kabupaten Sintang, Kabupaten Kapuas Hulu, Kabupaten Sambas, and Kabupaten Sanggau. Okay. And also, next, I continue my next slide. I think this is the last slide, maybe. Sorry. Sorry if you hear some noises here because yes, for our Islamic New Year's, so some religious activity is practices in my neighbor. Oh, okay. This is my maybe my last slide before I deliver to you for assignment, for group assignment. This is not the conclusion. This is only sharing from me based on my research, and I hope based on your assignment in group assignment, I hope you all can discuss more deeply, bravely, to share any solution, any views for the several issue that I have explored in my presentation. This is only based on my research, and I hope for this class, I will get more views from your perspective. Okay, several steps to revitalize the involvement of indigenous women. What can we do for indigenous women? Indigenous women in West Kalimantan, also our sister, our brotherhood. We have to assist them. They need our help. They need our caring. So what we do for them, the first one is for the indigenous women, they must have a deep understanding of their function and authorities over land ownership and management. So that based on our experience, we conduct sekolah komunitas perbatasan to educate indigenous women to have deep understanding and their function and their authorities over land ownership and management. And second is women must understand the purpose of their involvement in land ownership and management. And third, some efforts are needed to increase the capacity and understanding of gender mainstreaming in land management with a gender perspective. You have learned yesterday from Dr. Fina Adriani this issue. Preparing young people to rebuild the village and giving enlightenment, awareness, and encouragement to women in various development activities. And also, we hope for the social movement that we conduct, we can increase the participation of indigenous women to formulate of gender sensitive and peace sensitive agrarian policies. I repeat once again, this is very important thing. This is very politically movement. I think young people very interested to active in this politically movement. Participate in overseeing the formulation of gender sensitive and peace sensitive agrarian policies. Of course, it is very hard. We need a very big energy to proceed and to change the agrarian policies to be more peace sensitive and gender sensitive. And before we continue to the session of question and further discussion, this is uh, my expectation for this class, for this discussion forum. I'm very happy if you can do this as well as by group assignment. I hope you can conduct a very small group discussion to answer uh, two questions that I have prepared here. The first is, please discuss your view and strategy that can support the Dayak woman movement in protecting their Tembawang. Again, I hope you can give us your point of view. Okay, not point of view of any scholar or from the elite politic, but I hope from your point of view based on your discussion, of course. And the second one is, what kind of education model which is effective in strengthening the capacity of young people to protect their local tradition, forests, and also to support a sustainable and gender-sensitive village reform movement. Again, I hope based on your point of view, based on your discussion, you can design, you can perform to our session. Maybe for you can submit this to the committee, and feel free, maybe you can send me an email or WhatsApp group, and I'm very lucky to get for your feedback based on your group assignment. I think enough for my presentation. I'm very happy. I'm very glad to hear your question, your point of view based on my presentation, and I give the chance, the time for to Ibu Uci or Pak Ubat. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ibu Emma, for such an informative and entertaining presentation. Everybody, let's give a big round of applause. Real one and virtually. Well, Ibu Emma, before I open the question and answer session, I need to confirm that the group assignment you just gave to the participants, it doesn't have to be submitted today, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, then I'm going to open the Q&A session then. Who wants to go first? Anybody?
Is there any question? Or maybe
Colin,
the
yes.
point of view? Yes.
Colin, please. Okay, so Colin, do you want me to read? Okay. How comes some women are still working in the palm oil plantation instead of fighting with the other women? Do these women who work in the palm oil plantation get highly criticized by the other women who refuse? Yeah, that's one
Okay.
question from Colin, Ibu Emma.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Colin, for your good questions. Maybe based on my research, some of the woman worker in palm oil plantation, they still exist working in palm oil plantation because of lack of their economic needs, and also because of the campaign of executive village. Jadi from a campaign from the executive village, they promote that palm oil plantation is the best practice to help to increase their economic level, to increase their economic income. There is no alternative working area that can help them to out from their poverty. For your information, the inhabitant Dayak community in West Kalimantan, they are in the increase in the level of very high poverty because lack of infrastructure, lack of development, which is organized in their area, so that to work in palm oil plantation is the major solution to go out from their poverty. This is maybe I can share. Thank you, Colin.
Thank you very much, Ibu Emma, for the answer, and Colin, thank you for the question as well. Rosa, regarding your question about the assignment, yeah, Salma has already addressed the issue. The assignment will be shared on the WhatsApp group, so don't worry. Okay, any other question or comment or feedback, point of discussion?
Can I have
Either
a
from the
question?
sure, Ibu Uci, please.
Yeah, I'm interested to your explanation about Sama Bue Indigenous School. One of your presentation give a glimpse about Sama Bue Indigenous School. I just wondering, is there any specific difference with the like our common school or national school? Is there any specific content or process that makes the school is a bit special rather than our usual school? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bu Uci. Yes, this is some differences, practices in the methodology of the Samabue Indigenous School. The first one is the teacher. The teacher of Samabue Indigenous School is coming from the youth, the young people of the Dayak in the Landak Regency or Menjalin district. Okay, not from the common teacher, not from the government teacher. This is based on the voluntarism teaching system. And the second one is the methodology, micro teaching they are using to deliver some teaching material for the children, for the student. They are in the school. They don't have any particular room or building of school. They don't have it. The school or the building of a school is the the ecosystem, the community itself. I mean, they come to the forest, so they mention some vegetables, some fruit in the forest, the benefit and also the function of some materials, some vegetables and fruit in that particular forest. And also they come to the river, how to swim properly, safely, because in their area always happen flood, banjir, selalu ada banjir. Yeah. So also the issue that practices in the Samabue Indigenous School is about the traditional practice, such as traditional dance, the traditional song, and also the other traditional and ritual practices among Dayak community in Landak Regency, and more other. Maybe Ibu Uci, you can get from the Google Scholar a particular journal that mention completely how the practice of the Samabue Indigenous School. Yes, Ibu Uci. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih banyak Ibu. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih Ibu Uci, terima kasih Ibu Emma. Thank you so much for such a nice discussion. As Ibu Emma has just mentioned, flood. Apparently the chat box is flooded with comments and questions. Let me read it one by one. Number one, we have Mehroj, it's a comment from him that it will be a great experience if we were able to see these tribes in reality. Inshallah, we'll be able to see next year. Yeah, it will be such a great experience, I bet. Oh, and also, don't forget a link to record your attendance has been shared on the chat box. So please click it and fill out all the required fields. Otherwise, you will not be considered present today. May I have Sharifah Emma Rahmania's email? Thanks in advance. I believe it will be shared on the chat box.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I
And
will
then
give.
from Lotte, one question from Lotte. Could Ibu perhaps elaborate on what is meant with agrarian revolution as one of the structural barriers and how this affected the women? Please, Ibu Emma.
Agrarian revolution. Okay, due to the exposure of palm oil plantation, after some of executive village campaign for the palm oil plantation, mostly of the people in the village decide to sell their land for the palm oil plantation. And this is that I have called as agrarian revolution. It means because due to the activity of a particular executive village try to sell their land. Their land is very large number, not only 10 hectare or maybe 100 meter, but it's around million hectare. They sell their land for the palm oil plantation. Of course, it will damage their ecological system, their tembawang, their land. So this is our duty, our responsible to educate them, to enlighten their awareness how to protect their land from the big corporate of palm oil plantation. This is that I have. I mean agrarian revolution. Thank you for the question.
Thank you so much for the explanation. And Ibu Harlina Sahib asked whether they speak Bahasa Indonesia in their daily life or not. Ibu Harlina, thank you for the question and thank you for coming.
Yeah, I feel curious, yeah, to know. I really want to know that Dayak. It seems Dayak people speak Bahasa Indonesia in their daily conversation because they sing a song, we use Bahasa Indonesia. So I can infer that, they speak Bahasa Indonesia for their daily activities. How about Ibu Emma?
Yes.
How about Dayak people or Dayak community? Do they speak Bahasa Indonesia or they have vernacular or native language to speak for their daily activities, yeah, or daily conversation? Because I think it's better to show if there is actually a native language to enrich our yeah, I think presentation, I think.
Okay. Thank you, Ibu Harlina. Um, yes, very good question. Thank you. In Dagoy Babang, Dayak Bekati, when I was conducting my research, for the eldest people, they cannot speak Bahasa. For the eldest, yes. So I need a translator from my student who are from Dayak Bekati. The student translate and help me to make a conversation with the ibu-ibu, with the bapak-bapak, the eldest people of Dayak Bekati. But for the young people, they can speak bahasa in their daily conversation. Yes, Ibu. This is. I think this is very unique because also this is kind of a problem, but we have to protect their local wisdom. But as long as this local wisdom maintain their belief system, I think it is very interested to make it the language of the Dayak Bekati especially, kind of mulok muatan lokal, mulok muatan lokal in the curriculum of a student in the junior and the secondary school. Not because based on my experience, muatan lokal in Indonesia is learning on computer, bahasa Inggris. Unfortunately, they leave the traditional language to maintain, to protect the existence of traditional language. I think we can recommend to the government to input this native language becoming one of the muatan lokal in our school teaching. Yes, thank you, Ibu Harlina.
May I, excuse me,
Yeah.
may I raise one more
Sure.
question?
Sure,
Yeah.
please, Ibu Harlina.
Yeah, I'm really interested in asking about the symbol of birds hanging on the roof at the traditional Dayak house roof, and I'd like to ask them what are the symbol, what are these birds symbolized? Yeah, as that symbol uh, is also close to my 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 tradition. Yeah, my traditional
Yes.
house symbol, which is there is also a hand above the roof. Yeah. Thank you, Bu Emma.
Yeah.
I need your
Yeah.
explanation.
Ibu Halina,
Yeah,
in the top roof, in the top roof you
yeah,
see
yeah.
two birds.
Two birds.
The bird is we call it burung
Yeah, yeah.
enggang birds. Yes, okay. Enggang bird, the philosophy meaning of enggang bird is the Dayak community is have more more deep relationship with the ecosystem. Jadi mereka itu punya hubungan yang sangat dekat dengan alam. Love to ecosystem, to protect the forest, the ecosystem, the ecological system. So that one of the symbol that they are practicing is burung enggang. Yeah, this is one of the meaning of burung enggang. Ibu Harlina.
Yeah.
May I have question, please?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Firstly, I didn't know that in order to be considered present in everyday seminar, we have to fill that link that you sent us. I thought that just one time we have to do it, and I did it. That's it. And so I presented and yesterday and the day before yesterday.
Okay.
But now I knew that I had to fill this. I don't know what I'm going to do. Maybe you'll show me the way. And then the second question is, I asked in chat box, but I think you didn't see and answer this.
My apology for that.
Okay, no problem, no problem. I know that there are so many questions. The video that was presenting by you a few minutes ago about the volunteering students of the teacher, I asked the name of that school because she said, but I couldn't catch because maybe it was an Indonesian name, and also I couldn't catch because there were, I think, two schools, and she said that this volunteer students was one of this school. And then I want this name, school's name. And also my third question Okay, I forget about my third question. If I remember, I'll ask it again. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, thank you for that. First of all, before I give the chance to Ibu Emma to respond to that, regarding the attendance, Ibu Maha will tell you what to do when you miss the link, and I would like to again remind you that you have to fill it every day. The link will be shared every day, and then you have to fill it every day to show that you're actually present on here. But if you missed it,
So what I'm going to do for the previous 2 days?
yeah,
Yeah,
Ibu Maha will tell you what to do later, maybe on the WhatsApp group or here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and for the second question, please, Ibu Emma.
Thank you, Fidan, for your good questions. I have presented two indigenous schools in the West Borneo, the Dayak Kuntu and the Samabwe. This is not the common school actually. This is coming from a volunteerism system from the young people who stayed in this area. And of course, they have a particular methodology, particular curriculum that differ to the common or conventional school that is practices from the Indonesian government. And the video that I have presented is not part of Samabue or Dayak Kuntu indigenous school. This is kind of volunteerism activity that done by my student. Okay, my student, yes, they have some social volunteerism, we call it pelatihan sosiopreneur berbasis potensi dan aset desa. This is kind of sosiopreneur training for the people in the urban, in the village, in the rural area. And most of the volunteer is coming from my student. This is confident. Yeah.
Thank you. And also my third question, I just remembered, yes, I also asked this, but again, I think you didn't just answer, maybe, yes, sorry. So you gave us 2 assignments, yes? I'm in gender group, I'm asking this about the second assignment. Is it also for the whole groups or just it's, for example, I'm in gender group, do I have to do both assignments or just the first assignment? The second is for education group.
Okay. Hopefully, because I think the participant is coming from the brilliant student. I want to see from the outside student of my country. So I'm very, I have very deep expectation. Most of you, this participant, to answer these 2 questions. But feel free, if you think this is very difficult to answer, you can choose the number 1 or the number 2 question. Feel free. I hope you can enjoy. You don't feel very frustration and under pressure for my assignment.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, Ibu Emma and Fidan, I believe that none of these questions is too difficult for the participants because they have such a great mind. And yeah, as she just told us that this actually is not a part of like the whole assignment, the whole project of a summer program. So these questions are addressed to every group in this summer program. So please do it. Well, now I'm going to sort out all the questions and comment on the chat box. I really hope that I don't miss it. There is a comment from Nurul, not a question, but I think it's highly understandable why these communities are often ignored or not given much attention on, as this is also the same case to the Malaysian rural areas in Borneo. Any thoughts, Ibu Emma, on this?
Okay, the question from whom?
Nurul.
From
Nurul. Yes.
From Nurul. Oh, okay, Nurul Sazwani, because you are coming from Malaysia, Nurul, right? Okay.
Yes.
This is not a question, seaside. Maybe I will repeat my explanation about the Dayak communities. For your information, Nurul, there are some similarities between the Dayak in Malaysia. You call it orang asli, right? Orang asli is similar with in Indonesia we call it Dayak community. This is the different government rule between Indonesia and Malaysia. You are very lucky, Nurul, that the problem which is happened in the orang asli in Malaysia is not quite deeply compared to Indonesia indigenous Dayak people in Kalimantan, especially in West Kalimantan. Why I can say this? Because I have conducted a research to compare this, the development situation between borderland development in the Malaysia and in the Indonesia side. And based on my finding research, I found that in the borderland area in Malaysia is more developed than in Indonesia borderland development, especially for the indigenous community in the borderland of Malaysia side. It means this is a very politically reason according to the borderland policy, how to increase the development for the community people in the borderland area especially. Yes, Nurul, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ibu. Well, and I would like now to address two questions. The first one is from Risha Gurung, and the second one is from Ruth. Drisha asked about, you mentioned about Dayak people embracing Islam and become Banjar, and some leaving Islam. Is it very common among all the indigenous community, and what is the reason of the movement? That's question number one. And question number two from Ruth is about the plan of Indonesia moving the capital city to Kalimantan. Do you think it would influence the situation? If yes, in what way? And apparently Pa Fidi is also asking the same question. So please, Ibu.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much for Drisha and Ruth for your very good question, very awesome question. Drisha, this is the Dayak people who embraced to Islam in South Kalimantan, Kalimantan Selatan. They call themselves as Banjar, okay? And in Kalimantan Timur is Kalimantan. They call their tribe as Kutai people, and West Kalimantan they call their tribe as Melayu, become Melayu. This Dayak, when embrace Islam, become Melayu. Okay, and what is the reason for this movement? I think this is not a systematically movement. This is not by design movement. This is actually naturally movement because of the what we call it because of the urban people who comes to their particular Kalimantan. Okay. The previous religion of Dayak community is kepercayaan or kaharingan belief. So when the scholar come to their village, to their area, they come not only to educate them, to assist them for their basic, to their food need, agrarian need, but also deliver some religion that this particular people who come to their area. But I think this is not by design movement. Okay, this is naturally. But for your information, even though become Banjar, become Kutai, or become Melayu, they still practice some ritual and some Dayak tradition. They don't leave it at all. Okay. Yes. Thank you. And for the next question is from Ruth.
Ruth, yes.
Thank you, Ruth, for your brilliant question. This is very politically question. You know that the capital city will move to is Kalimantan, Kalimantan Timur. I think I don't have any more expectation for this situation, you know, because this is still discourse that discuss among the executive and legislative. You know that the indigenous people and the people who live in East Kalimantan and around Kalimantan others, I think me also don't have any prepare yet to accept the new capital city of Indonesia. Kami sendiri belum siap. Kami sendiri belum punya any preparation to accept this brilliant idea of central government. So, but frankly speaking, I hope even the government will move the capital city or don't move the capital city to Kalimantan. I hope the government will give more any attention to the development of community for the indigenous community in Kalimantan, especially in West Kalimantan. Thank you, Ruth.
Well, thank you, Ruth, and thank you again, Ibu Emma, for such a great explanation. Before I invite other questions, which obviously keep coming in, I wonder whether the link for today attendance is working already, because I saw that many people have an issue that the link asks for permission. Is it working already now? It worked. Okay, great. Well, now I'd like to invite Eva Rapoport. I hope I pronounce your name correctly, and she'd like to ask a question about religion and education. So Eva, please unmute your audio and then ask your question directly to Ibu Emma.
Yes, thank you, Bat, and terima kasih untuk presentasinya, Ibu Emma. So, in a sense, continuing, you're talking about Banjar people who embraced Islam, but any other people have to identify with this or that religion according to Indonesian law. So I assume that all Dayaks have to register as Muslims or Christians and receive instruction in this or that religion at school. So how does it affect traditional communities and rituals that they follow? And from what I know, there were some people in Kalimantan who tried to identify with Hinduism. Do you know anything about that? And like, how did it work out for them? Were they being indoctrinated into Balinese Hinduism, or it actually helped them to be left alone?
Eva, you have very more deeply information among Dayak community. Yes, I agree with your explanation. Yes. Hello? Is there any problem?
Well, I'm sorry, there was a connection trouble in my.
Okay.
Yeah, did you?
Connection problem. Okay.
Yeah, did you answer Iva's question? Eva, was it?
I'm so sorry. Me also have some connection trouble. Hello.
So now I'm not sure what's working and what's not working anymore, but yeah, I was trying to ask how this school system, where, for what I understand, all the students have to attend classes in like whatever religion they officially identify with. So how is it affecting traditional Dayak communities?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I get it. So, Ibu Emma, please answer the question about the school system and the religious beliefs and how it affects the local Dayak communities.
Okay. For your information, Eva, thank you very much for your very good question. Um, this is um, from the rural area of Dayak community. They have some limitation in education. I have mentioned you based on my video and my picture also. Um, there are some limitation in education. So mostly of Dayak community, they still have the degree of education in the junior level school sampai SMP dan SMA. Okay, for the highest educational level, not most of them are get very lucky to get the higher level of education that is provided from the government, so that to get or to find the solution for this problem, some young people in this particular village prepare themselves to get involving in the volunteerism education by constructing the indigenous school such as Samabue and Dayak Kuntu school. So I hope one day Eva and other students can visit. You can see and observe directly the real situation of the educational level and situation in the among the community in the rural area. Eva, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ibu Emma and Eva. Next question from Lina Puryanti. As it is located at border areas, how's the relations of the Dayak with the neighbor on the other side of the border?
Okay, Ibu Lina. Ibu Lina is very expert in the borderland studies. Okay, she will present her presentation tomorrow, I think. Okay, Ibu Lina, thank you very much. Yes, there is any relation of the Dayak community in the Indonesian area and the neighbor in the Malaysia area. They have similar what we call it familyhood. Sistem kekerabatannya hampir sama ya Ibu Lina. On the other side of the border, so um, the relationship socially, economically is very close. There is no any particular problem between Dayak community in the Indonesian borderland and the area and the Malaysian borderland, because they are one family actually, from coming from one kinship actually. Yes, Ibu Lina.
Well, thank you, Ibu Emma. Do you still have the energy to answer the questions which kept coming?
Yes, I still have. Thank you
All
for the
right,
question.
thank
Yes.
you then. This next one from Georgia. Terima kasih banyak Bu Syarifah. I just want to know, out of all the rituals, which Dayak ritual do you find most interesting?
Okay, the most interesting for me is the ritual of naik dango. Okay, you can get the video from the YouTube, Georgia, please. Please feel free to get more clearly the naik dango. Okay, naik dango is very interested ritual practice among Dayak community. Feel free to enjoy the video in the next or and after this session.
Well, thank you very much. It seems that I already read all the questions and comments on the chat box. But in case I miss some questions or comments, or in case you would like to ask another question or give another comment, please feel free. Or Pak Fidi, do you still want to ask your question?
Already asked by Ruth. Thank you very much, and already answered. Thank you.
All right then. Anybody else from Sahabat Oyer buddies, probably?
Probably one more thing, Pak Ubat.
Sure, please.
Ibu Emma.
Yes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. When I was in Malaysia, they celebrate the Dayak annual week, like Gawai Dayak. Because is that also applicable in the Indonesian side of the Dayak community? Because I think since we have too many ethnic groups in Indonesia, we don't celebrate each ethnic groups separately or nationally. So how was the Dayak annual festival conducted in the part of the Indonesian part of Kalimantan?
Yes.
Thank you, Ibu.
Thank you, Bapak, for the question. Yes. Dayak, what we call it, like Gawai Dayak, Gawai Dayak, which is practices in Malaysia side and the Indonesian side have some similarities because they are coming from a similar kinship, and also because of demographically they are close to borderland area, and also some similarities in the demographic situation and condition. So I think there is no particular differences between Gawai Dayak that is practiced in Indonesian side and Malaysian side. Yeah. But the most popular Gawai Dayak in Malaysia, we have to know the most popular practice Gawai Dayak is in Malaysia.
Yes, it's celebrated nationally.
Yes, yes.
I see. Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Emma.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Fidi, and thank you, Ibu Emma. Well, since I saw nobody else is asking questions or raising their hand, I think, Bu Uci, is it okay for us to finish earlier today?
Yes, sure. It's all right. And then later on, if you still have some discussion, probably you can, or a question, you can go directly to Ibu Emma.
Okay.
Otherwise, do the students also need sometimes to do some assignment?
Yeah. Okay, then once again, thank you, Bema, for such a valuable and informative yet entertaining presentation. Let's once again give a big round of applause.
Thank you very much.
And I would like to give back the chance to chair the session to the Master of Ceremony. Alma, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Emma and Pak Ubar. It was such an impressive session. Everyone, please once again give applause for Ibu Emma and Pak Ubar. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to the end of today's agenda. But don't worry, because we're still gonna have another great session tomorrow with another interesting topic. So thank you very much to all of the participants for attending today's session. And don't forget about the assignment. I'm Salma Hanifah Rizal as your master.
Wait. I think we need to capture for the
Oh
administration.
yeah, okay.
We need to turn on the audio and then everybody look at the camera and smile.
Let's take a picture first.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, smile, everybody. Now thumbs up. All right, thank you.
Happy New Year.
All right, thank you so much, Pak Ubat, for helping taking a picture. Okay, I hope to see you guys again tomorrow. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi. Thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Happy anniversary to everyone.
Banyak Ibu Emma.
Happy New Year.
Terima kasih.
Yeah, Happy New Year. Yes.
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for this great session.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah.
Great. See you tomorrow. Okay.